Lost in the Mets kind of ugly loss was the fact that they did bang out 14 hits last night and had a 4-0 lead at one point. Travis d'Arnaud had a nice game with 3 hits, and hopefully that's a sign of things to come for Travis, who had been struggling so mightily. It was not a good night for Noah Syndergaard, who came out of the game after 3 innings.
3 torturous, really, innings where he allowed 5 stolen bases.
And the Coors Light National defense, and we're basically got the same starting 8 out there in the same positions. Worth, of course. They all had big nights last night, particularly Revere. Daniel Murphy, Ryan, and Ramos behind the plate. Both Murphy and Ramos are 1-2 in the National League in hitting.
Curtis Granderson getting set to lead things off. Mets got off to a fast start last night. Scored 4 runs in the first 3 innings against Joe Ross, who looked very vulnerable. And then after a trip to the mound by Dusty Baker, everything changed for Ross. His team started scoring. He started getting outs, and he wound up with his 7th win of the year.
Well, it's pretty impressive how he turned it around. This Giolito, now you're going to see him. Fastball command's going to be the key because he's got a wipeout breaking ball. Can he get to it?
He saw 34 walks in 71 innings in Double-A. We'll see how that plays at the big league level. His first big league pitch to Granderson is a fastball up and away at 95, and we're underway.
Boy, he's a big, tall kid.
6'6", 260 pounds.
55-minute rain delay to start the night. Granderson 2 for 5 last night, and he takes a fastball strike, 1-1.
No recommending charging the mound on this guy.
Are there some that you would?
The little guys.
To be judicious. Granderson takes one the other way, and he's got a leadoff hit. So for the 2nd straight night, Granderson starts the proceedings with a base hit, this time taking one to left field.
A little inside out here. He jammed him. And Curtis fights it off, strong enough to muscle it out into left field. Opposite field single.
One thing we don't know anything about, and it doesn't come into play much with the Mets' lack of a running game, we have no idea if Giolito can hold runners on.
Well, big, tall right-handers usually have an issue keeping runners on.
Certainly saw that last night with Noah Syndergaard. We'll see whether the Mets try and take any liberties.
21 years old, Santa Monica, California, Harvard Westlake High School.
As Dribble Cabrera, 1 for 4 last night. And he takes it high, and Giolito struggling with his fastball command early.
Yep.
Giolito might have been the first pick in the draft in 2012 had he not blown out his elbow in March of his senior year in high school, so he never really got to pitch that season. Scared some teams away, and he dropped to number 16 in the draft that year. The Nats had a pretty good idea that Giolito was going to need Tommy John surgery, and sure enough, after a couple of minor league outings, he did have Tommy John surgery late that year. Missed all of 2013, and so he's had 2 full years in the minor leagues. There's Mike Rizzo, the GM, who took the chance and drafted Giolito, and I think everybody in baseball right now wishes they had been that team. A high strike to Cabrera, 2-1.
2 back-to-back here. And the way Giolito's throwing right now in the 1st inning, he's up high in the strike zone. That's a big help for him.
Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, that's a pitch that normally is not called a strike.
Especially when a guy is struggling with his control.
2-1 to Cabrera with Cespedes on deck. And he comes to the inside corner with an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-2.
Cabrera's going like, okay. Now, in Cabrera's defense, there's not a whole lot of umpires there, and a small minority that call a high strike. Now, if he's consistent with it, swing the bat.
It was not only high, it might have been inside as well.
He's going to hear it from the bench if he continues that.
2-2 coming. And the curveball misses, full count. Chris Guccione calling the balls and strikes. Alfonso Marquez, Larry Vanover, the crew chief, and David Rackley, who had the plate last night, rounding out the crew. 3-2, nobody out. Granderson at first. He's running, and Cabrera fouls off the fastball. They say of Giolito that his curveball is top notch.
Yeah.
And that his changeup is getting better.
It's really his fastball command. You mentioned the 34 walks in 71 innings. That has got to get better at this level. That's where you're seeing these really good, fine young pitchers. They have the ability to strike you out, but not walk you either.
And he's straight over the top, too, so he's going to have a real, like, 12-6 curveball.
Straight over the top at 6'6". That's a lot of downward plane. Granderson was running on the first 3-2 pitch, not going this time, and Cabrera strikes out on the fastball, and Giolito has his first big league out.
I wonder if he was not running because he wasn't running or he did not get a break. This fastball right by Cabrera.
Quick home run.
He held the ball and was a little quicker.
Not a lot of leg lift there out of the stretch.
It's not a drop and drive, right?
Not there. Just kind of topples and throws.
So here's Cespedes, 2 for 5 last night. Yoenis hitting .354 over the last 17 games.
Just hasn't had a lot of men on base.
One out and one on. And he hits one hard to third off the chest of Rendon, has time to recover and throws out Cespedes. Lost a chance for 2 when he couldn't field it cleanly, but gets the out at first.
Well, let me tell you, that is what the hot corner is all about. That is a bullet off the bat of Cespedes, and does everything right. Keeps his body in front, doesn't pull the matador hair, olay it. Just a real nice play.
Interesting that Cespedes, who usually takes the first pitch, didn't against the young Giolito, figuring he would get a fastball.
So that gets Granderson into scoring position with 2 out, and Neil Walker will try and get him in. Walker 1 for 4 last night, drove in a run. 7 for 19 on this road trip. Reds have had some guys swinging the bats better on this trip, and yet they're 2 and 3 because their pitching's been inconsistent.
First pitch changeup for a strike to Walker.
And Neal takes a knee-high fastball for a strike, 0-2.
Seems like he's got the early jitters behind him.
You get a couple of calls go your way, that's got to help.
Yes, it does. That might have changed the whole inning for him. The calls to Cabrera.
0-2 to Walker, and he hits it sharply. Murphy with a nice backhand stop and throws him out to end the inning. Good play by Murph on the backhand to help out his young starting pitcher. Matt Harvey takes the mound when we come back.
Very nice play by Murph.
Brought to you by Hyundai. Same lineup as last night for Dusty Baker. His team wrapped out 11 runs and 17 hits last night, so why not?
Yeah.
Well, Matt's numbers on the season needs a win to stay away from the double-figure losses. 4.64 ERA, but his starts against the Nats this year have not been good.
First start in New York, he lasted just 2 2/3, gave up 9 runs. Second start, he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings, including 3 home runs. Ben Revere leads off. Revere had an historic night last night. 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 stolen bases. First player in the history of the franchise, going back to the Montreal days, to get 4 hits, score 3, and steal 3 in the same game.
I thought Rock Raines would have done that once, right?
He's only the 3rd player ever to do that in a game against the Mets. Maury Wills, 1962. Deion Sanders, 1992. Ben Revere, 2016. And he fouls off the fastball from Harvey. 96 from Matt. That's a good sign early. 2-1 to Revere.
That day yesterday for Revere, the 4 for 5, Gary, he came into the game hitting .202, comes into the night .220, raises average 18 points. It's a good day's work.
Wow.
And as good as his night was last night, it wasn't even close to being the best offensive night in baseball. Chris Bryant became the first player in Major League history to hit 3 home runs and get 2 doubles in the same game. Ever. On the inside corner, Matt gets the strikeout. And Revere is retired, 1 away.
Well, one thing we've seen from Chris Cuccione, the home plate umpire so far, and I think that's a perfect pitch, is that he's got a nice pitcher's strike zone.
That's what you want after an hour rain delay. There's Jason Worth, who had a good night last night. 1 for 3, a double, 2 RBIs, walked a couple of times. Speaking of rain delays, how about that horrifying end at Yankee Stadium last night? 2:44 in the morning.
It's about when the cows come home.
They've been home.
To the Yankees, that game last night was like the Mets game against the Padres late July last year.
The Justin Upton game. The last time Familia blew a save in the regular season.
The difference was that was a day game.
That's right.
Last night, I mean, that's crazy. 3.5 hour rain delay and game resumes at 2:15 in the morning.
Baseball's going to have to change their rules, right? Make that a suspended game and just play it tonight.
Couldn't agree more. Worth pulls one down the left field line. Foul. Well, you know, in most minor leagues, the rule is that once you start a game, if you stop it, it becomes a suspended game. And there's no reason why Major League Baseball can't do the same thing. The shortened game rules are antiquated. They've already eliminated them from the postseason. There's no reason they shouldn't eliminate them from the regular season, except if it's the last meeting between the teams, because that creates scheduling nightmares. Two and 1 to Worth. And a fastball for a strike, and Matt's got some life on that fastball tonight.
Pitchers will say it's coming out of the hand nice and easy, free and easy for Matt so far.
That's average fastball velocity this year, 94.4. It's been 95 and 96 tonight. And there's 97 outside, 3 and 2 to Worth with Bryce Harper on deck.
And when Matt had that good slider, that's the pitch you would see here, 3 and 2 to Worth.
That's the pitch that's been eluding him.
That's right.
3-2 coming. And he threw him the slider, and Worth fouled it off.
And your Metsy defense brought to you by Lexus. Nimmo getting his 3rd start in a row since his call up. And on the infield, it's the same group. And d'Arnaud behind the plate.
And Worth just got a piece of that one. Jason Worth's season got off to a miserable start this year, and at age 37, the whispers began. Does he have anything left? Well, the last 3 weeks he's been tearing it up.
Well, moving him in the order to the second hole was the big key for him physically and mentally.
8th pitch of the at bat, and Worth fouls off another fastball. 3-2.
That was Davey Johnson was managing that made that move, was it not?
Well, I think he also had him lead off sometimes too, Worth, in those days.
Harvey working hard against Jason Worth, and he walked him.
That's just a good at bat by Worth. He fouled off 2 tough sliders and a fastball to stay in that at bat, and takes the final one for a walk.
That gets Bryce Harper to the plate with a man on. Harper was on base 4 times last night, 2 hits, 2 walks. Harvey has always had his number. Harper is just 1 for 24 against Harvey in his career. The hit came earlier this season.
You know, last night we were talking about Syndergaard going with that up and away fastball to Harper. He never really used that, but that really has been what Matt has gotten Harper out with for the most part in both of their careers.
Well, you saw that quick shot of Noah Syndergaard in the dugout. Really got rattled again. The second start there, the DeGrom next to him right there on the left. But the second start that they put the pressure on him on the bases, and he got ruffled a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no question.
And his times to the plate last night were actually slower than they had been earlier in the season.
So he was trying to get better and took a step backwards last night.
And the Nats ran at every opportunity, stole 5 bases against him in 3 innings, 4 in 1 inning.
He got rattled, that's for sure.
Double play ball. Walker handles it. Cabrera with the turn. 4-6-3 double play. Side retired. Harvey continues his dominance of Harper, and that gets him through the opening inning. After 1, Mets and Nats, no score. Biggest stars will compete in the 87th All-Star Game July 12th on Fox. Vote for Yoenis Cespedes, the rest of the Mets, and all worthy performers by filling out your 2016 MLB All-Star Game ballot on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Voting ends June 30th, so vote now at MLB.com/vote. James Loney leads off in the second inning against Lucas Giolito. Loney's hit in 7 straight games after going 1 for 4 last night, batting .298. And it looks like he's going to be entrenched at first base for a whole lot more time. Sandy Alderson told the media tonight that Lucas Duda is at least 2 weeks away from doing any baseball activities. So he is not even on the horizon.
So he's not going to swing a bat until the All-Star break. So you're saying, wow.
I mean, nothing. He's still just riding a bike, trying to come back from that fractured bone in his back. Wilmer Flores on deck, then Brandon Nimmo for the Mets in the second. And Loney hits one of the air to right center, chasing Harper back. And he gets there. 1 out. Let's check in with Steve Gelbs. His report tonight is brought to you by Subway. Steve? No problem with Steve's microphone. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Here's Wilmer Flores, and he fouls it back. Wilmer 2 hits, 2 RBIs last night, 6 for 15 on this road trip. And while Flores mans third base here in D.C., the Jose Reyes Road Show moved to Altoona tonight to continue his rehab, playing for Binghamton, which is also where Juan Lagares is tonight, starting his rehab assignment, coming back from the thumb injury. So Altoona's the place to be tonight.
We could do a whole show on just injury and rehab reports.
I think sometimes Terry Collins feels that's what his job has become.
That's right.
1-2 to Flores, and Wilmer pulls one down to third. Rendon handles it. 2 out.
Well, it's
Scherzer charting.
Well, that's the one thing that Mike Maddox brought over here from Texas, is that his pitchers chart usually before they pitch. That's Scherzer, right? He's pitching tomorrow.
Did you find that helpful?
I found it. It's a good thing because it keeps you really into the game.
You got to watch.
You got to watch.
Pitch. Good point.
And you know how we do it for our job here. You write something down, it's easier to remember. Now the charting is not really like keeping score. You just keep track of every pitch, what pitch it is, and where it is. This is Strasburg, not Scherzer charting. But you know, you put one down and you put it in the bottom of the strike zone if it's a ball, or you put a circle around it if it's a strike.
Nimmo floats one out to left, and in comes Worth to get it. And Lucas Giolito has a 1-2-3 inning. He may just be doing that for fun.
Tax returns.
Home second inning. Daniel Murphy leads off against Matt Harvey. Murphy has taken Harvey deep in each of Matt's 2 starts against the Nats this year. He starts him off with a strike. Murphy had 2 more hits last night. He's up to 100 hits for the season.
Would you say 32 extra multi-hit games now?
32 now. Hitting .350 for the year, leading the National League. And he pops one up. d'Arnaud looking for it and puts it away, 1 out. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Wilson Ramos. Ramos 1 for 4 last night in his best ever season.
Has one of the best chants when he comes up for his first plate appearance, as the whole Nationals crowd chants Wilson in the Tom Hanks movie.
He's got the Wilson chant. He's got the nickname the Buffalo.
That's right.
He was becoming a beloved figure here even before he was hitting .341. And he lines that around the center field for a base hit.
Got a nice swing.
First pitch fastball, and Ramos has the Nats' first hit of the night.
Kind of reminds me a little bit, just a little bit, of Andres Galarraga, that kind of build, you know?
I would think someone his age from Venezuela would absolutely copy Galarraga's style, swagger, and swing at some point.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Ryan Zimmerman, who was 1 for 5 last night.
And you don't have to worry about Ramos trying to steal a base.
Well, in the wake of the difficulties that Syndergaard had last night, even though it probably wouldn't have made a difference last night, I think we can probably expect Rene Rivera to catch the next time Syndergaard's on the mound, because those two worked extremely well together. Zimmerman takes a strike, 1-1.
Zimmerman has just been not the same hitter.
Jumping at the ball, isn't he, Keith?
He's just getting he's just having a tough year. Can't cover the outside corner.
Zimmerman homered against Harvey earlier this season. He's got 2 career home runs against Matt, and that one pops away from d'Arnaud, but not far enough for Ramos to move.
Yeah, Zimmerman and Rendon went back to back, in fact, on those 2 inside changeups from Matt in that game. Little changeup inside, belted, and then same pitch to Rendon.
Same spot. And this was an upper tank shot, and a little too much of a low ride there.
Ruined what had been a pretty good beginning to that game for Matt. Good curveball to get even on Zimmerman.
The middle innings have been his downfall.
Well, the start before that in New York, he didn't even get to the middle innings. The Nats routed him in the 3rd, and that was really the low point of Harvey's season. He has battled his way back and pitched better over the last 5 starts, particularly against the right-hand hitters. And he strikes out Zimmerman with a fastball.
Boy, Zimmerman's just got he's got a long swing, and just, I wouldn't throw him anything off speed. He is a day late and a nickel short.
Even though Ramos has a hit in this inning, you go back the last 5 starts for Harvey, the right-hand hitters were 3 for 41 against him. 0.73 average. Isn't that quite the same level of success against the left-hand hitters, but he's been dominant against the same side hitter. He'll take on Rendon, who was 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs last night. And Rendon hits one out toward right center. Granderson back in the gap. He won't get it. It goes back to the wall. Ramos lumbering to 3rd. The ball comes into Walker. His relay throw home. d'Arnaud with the tag. Too late. And the Nats have a 1-0 lead. Ramos scores from first on the Rendon extra base hit.
This ball is ripped right down the pipe, goes the other way. Two hops the wall. Just a little bit of a rainbow coming in, and that's the difference in him being out or safe right there. And Ramos with 2 outs is on his horse. He did a real good turn at second base and third. No wide turn. That cuts down your time. Now Rendon, you're rounding second going, okay, I got the big lumberer in front of me. That's an RBI. He better get on his horse. I want that ribeye.
Rendon gets credit for a triple, his second of the year. And the Nats have a 1-0 lead. Here's Denny Espinosa with 2 out. And takes a fastball strike.
You know, we saw earlier this year Wilmer Flores get thrown out at home plate from first base. What was the big difference in that play? Enciarte picked up that ball and threw a BB into the shortstop eye bar. Curtis had too much air underneath it. Got to throw it a little harder into Walker.
Curtis hasn't got the strong arm,
yeah.
So.
It was always axiomatic earlier, 20 years ago, whatever, that your best outfield arm was in right field.
Of course.
Because you have the longest throws to make.
And particularly at Citi Field. That's the deepest part. That's the deepest corner outfield.
Remember, Harper was in left, and they moved him to right and Worth over to left because of his arm strength.
Espinosa fouls it off. Now, if you're Walker and you're accepting the relay throw, do you have to push out further knowing that Granderson doesn't have a great arm?
Very good point, Gary. Yes. When you have a guy, especially in the gaps, you're always going to go deeper. You need to get a little help out there, maybe get another 10, 15 feet out to help out Curtis with his arm. That's a very good point, Gary.
Espinosa had 3 hits last night. He keeps the at bat alive on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that what Keith was saying, and you asked him, so you're pushing an infielder's arm out further because his arm's stronger than the outfielder's arm. Wow.
And very interestingly, I hope I have another pitch to get this in.
And you do.
Whitey Herzog would pick the best arms out of his middle infielders, and make them the guys that went out. Like, it doesn't have to be necessarily Walker. It could be the shortstop if you can get there. If you got a shortstop's got a stronger arm. Well, Whitey always picked the strongest arms to be the guys out there, and the infielder with the weaker arm was the trailer.
Just inside to Espinosa, 2-2.
So who took that throw, her or Ozzie?
Well, they didn't have to do it with those two because they were both very accurate. Tommy had a better arm than Ozzie. Believe it or not, Ozzie didn't have a great arm.
Right.
He was just very accurate and very quick to get rid of it. He made up with his quickness and his release with the strength of his arm, not with the less strength of his arm.
7th pitch of the at bat to Espinosa, and he misses with the breaking ball, and now it's a full count.
You've had a few pitches. Got anything else?
Well, I can expound.
Please do. Ronnie got the pitcher on deck. Espinosa's been swinging the bat better. Do you even think about throwing him a strike here?
No, I'm going to intentionally walk him here. I think that's a smart move. Remember, in yesterday's game, Espinosa had a base hit in front of the pitcher.
Darno's going out to the mound. It's a 3-2 count. Can you pull a Dick Williams here?
Oh, yeah, where you fake the 4 and then sit back down behind the catcher, behind the hitter. I don't think if you put 4 up, you go. But I think Harvey's having an issue with this. I think he's saying he wants to go after Espinosa.
He's got 2 strikes. I can understand that.
I think that Johnny Bench is going to have an issue with Gary for bringing that up.
That's who Dick Williams got. He demonstratively said we're going to walk him, and then they faked the ball 4, and Bench took a call 3rd strike. As in the 72 World Series.
Matt won the argument.
So the 3-2 coming to Espinosa, and he walked him anyway. Not intentionally. He threw him a 3-2 changeup. And that's the second walk for Harvey, and he'll face the pitcher Giolito, who is looking for his first professional hit. He went 0 for 9 in his minor league career, and now he gets his first major league plate appearance.
So 9 at bats in maybe 3 years because of the Tommy John.
Well, they don't bat until Double-A in the minor leagues. So it wasn't until late last season that he got his first professional at bat. First and third and 2 out, and Giolito takes one off the plate.
He's got a healthy strike zone, you can say that.
A must-have out for Harvey, down in the game 1-0. Giolito looks like a pitcher swinging 1-1.
He sure does. And everything's a little out of joint here. Oh, the fanny flies out, lifts up.
Well, he starts out open, but he never closes the door with that front hip.
And that's feeding him fastballs, and it's 1-2.
Keep it away. He's pulling off. That's that Charlie Lau. Make sure you keep the head down.
Charlie Lowe. Charlie would have taken issue with that.
There are no flashing signs. See what the Mets will do in case Espinosa takes off from first to try to steal a run. Rendon, the runner at third.
They did run with the pitcher up last night. They did run the pitcher last night.
Giolito gets contact. Walker fields. Harvey gets over to cover, and they get the out to retire the side. Loney went for the ball this time. Couldn't get it, but Walker makes the play. 1-0 Nats after 2.
Very nice. Harvey covering.
Trivia question: who's the only player born in Washington, D.C. to play a game with the Mets? Born in Washington, D.C.
I would not know.
Played
that.
for the Mets.
I think
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to think about this. I do not know off the top of my head.
my first guess. Well, I shouldn't say it, right? People are trying to find
let's check in with Steve Gelbs and get his thoughts. Maybe not on this, but Steve, what do you have to tell us?
Yeah, I'll think about that one too. I'll give you thoughts on something else. Keith spoke about this at the top of the broadcast a little bit, but preparing to face a pitcher in his big league debut is so different now than it was even 4 or 5 years ago because of how much video teams have nowadays. And it's nothing high-tech, over-the-top that the common person couldn't get, similar to MLB.TV. The minor leagues have a streaming service, MILB.TV, and you're able to archive or view archived games. So the Mets 4 days ago, they figured Giolito might get the start. They looked at all his starts this past season, really were able to break down what he does against righties, what he does against lefties, what he does in certain situations. And as Kevin Long said, really, at this point, for the guys, the preparation is almost exactly the same as any other pitcher in the major leagues.
Travis d'Arnaud leads off in the 3rd inning and takes inside.
So happy we got Steve on. I thought Subway might have pulled the check on the sponsored report.
I thought I heard her wrap it up. I thought I heard her wrap it up.
It wasn't you.
Usually it's only you who hear that. d'Arnaud tops one to 3rd. Big hop for Rendon. And he throws out d'Arnaud. 7 in a row retired by Giolito. So how much do the scouting reports help? How much does the video help first time around against a guy who you haven't seen in person?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy because I did not have video. All I can relate one story is that when I left Philadelphia around 6 points ahead of Pete Rose, he was tailing me for the batting title. I went to New York, played a doubleheader, faced 2 September calls. One was Roy Lee Jackson. I went like 6 for 8 in the doubleheader, and that won the batting title.
And
I never faced him.
pitcher.
Never
Wow.
faced him.
Harvey scoots one down to Zimmerman and makes the play, 2 out.
Guys, I will say this, and I mean, this is just the Mets this season, but this is now the 4th time that they have seen someone making his big league debut, and the other guys have been highly touted as well. The Mets have done pretty well against those other 3. They won all 3 of those games. Opposing pitchers gave up 9 runs in 14 innings. And as Kevin Long was saying to me earlier, when he was the batting coach for the Yankees, that team, especially a veteran team, he made a point of this, that veterans, in his mind, seem to struggle more having never seen a guy before. But those teams, he said, really struggled when they had no information on guys.
Well, the 3 prior guys were Aaron Blair, who's back in the minor leagues, Julio Urias, and Jameson Taillon, who might have struggled a bit his first start against the Mets, but the second one he was brilliant. So, in that case, seeing him in person did not help them. Meanwhile, Giolito's retired 8 in a row after a leadoff hit by Granderson, who got jammed and inside out and one the other way in the 1st inning. So Curtis now 3 for 6 in this series. 3-0 to Curtis. Of course, you could also have scouted Giolito a different way. Could have watched an episode or 2 of Seinfeld. Because his parents are both actors, and his grandfather, a guy named Warren Frost, played Susan's father on Seinfeld, a recurring character who had a knowledge of John Cheever.
Yes, he did have a knowledge. That's funny.
4-pitch walk to Granderson. So, Keith, you and Lucas's family have something in common.
That's right. And I guess the curmudgeon wasn't in the final episode. I don't think he was there in the final episode.
What do they have?
Really? Susan's parents were not in the final
I'm not
episode?
sure. I didn't watch much of Seinfeld.
I have to go back. They had to have been there.
What do they have in common? Residual checks?
I mean, they were all the grievances that were being aired. They had their grievances against George. They had to have been there.
Okay.
Have to go back and check. Cabrera pops one up into shallow right. And Bryce Harper waiting for it to come down. That retires the side. Giolito issues his first walk, but he's got a 1-0 lead in the 3rd. T-Mobile. Well, Matt Harvey has had a problem with run support throughout his career. 34 times in his major league career. In 80 starts, the Mets have scored 2 or fewer runs with him on the mound. And he's pitched great in those games, but 1 in 19.
Well, that's the reason why, despite a fine career before up and down year this year, that he's 29 and 27 over his career.
Ben Revere, second time around the batting order, takes a curveball for a strike. Keith, we have confirmed that Warren Frost,
Yes.
who played Susan's father, was in the finale.
You showed me the photo on your computer, Gary, your laptop, and I remember him in the courtroom scene.
Must have fast forwarded through his parts.
Well, I'll tell you what about that courtroom scene. Everybody came traipsing down the middle of the witnesses. A lot of them were cut. It took around all of 3 days to do every co-star and special guest star.
Walker in front of the ground ball, throws out Revere one away.
And the first one to march down was the good-looking gal, Terry. It was
Terry Hatcher.
Terry Hatcher. And she was in a black dress, I believe, and she just was traipsed on down the aisle. She had to do about 8 takes.
She was
We
real
were supposed to look
and
to
fabulous.
have our mouths gaping open. There was no acting there.
Real and spectacular.
Spectacular. That's what it is.
Here's Jason Worth, who walked his first time up. Worth threw a walk his first time up, one of 2 walks from Harvey in the first 2 innings. He bounces the curveball, 1-1. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Going back to that graphic a few minutes ago about the lack of support for Harvey, and it's felt like less of an issue this year because he's had such difficulties on the mound, but he's had just 2.6 runs per game of support this entire season. Just off the plate. I think Worth was waiting for a call that it didn't come. It's 2-2.
I think Matt was looking up to the stars there. I think he wanted that pitch.
Worth has had quality at bats every plate appearance in this series so far. Through a 9-pitch walk from Harvey his first time up tonight. He's worked another full count. And he takes the breaking ball for strike 3 call. So Harvey gets him looking for his 3rd strikeout.
Well, he drops it on, wants it away, and kind of freezes Worth. And that's a breaking ball right there as a hitter. But it starts, if you buckle like he did, gosh, you just go, God, if I just would have stayed in there, it would have broke right where I could rip it. But it happens.
So Harper bats with 2 out and nobody on, grounded into a double play his first time up. Keith, you've gotten to watch a handful of at-bats from Harper now the last 2 nights. Talking about a defending MVP who's really struggling the last couple of months.
He's swinging the bat good. You know, he's got holes. You can pitch to him, but I certainly wouldn't want to go middle in on him. See how he pulls? I just got a very, very odd follow through, and you can see how he does a reverse step towards the first base dugout. He's pulling away. I don't see how he can cover the outside corner, but he does. But I don't think he's put a lot of hurt on you out there if you keep it up. But he swung the bat okay. He's fine.
Arno stays away. And Harper lifts one out to left center, and Cespedes is back there. And that retires the side. Harvey has his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. After 3 in Washington, 1-0 Nationals. '17 Audi A4 in your tri-state Audi dealers. Yoenis Cespedes leads off for the Mets in the 4th inning against Lucas Giolito, who's worth 3 scoreless innings so far in his big league debut. He's allowed 1 single and 1 walk. Struck out 1. That's now 2nd time through the batting order against him.
I mean, if you did a report on him right now, his fastball has been pretty straight. He hasn't showed enough of his changeup, only thrown it twice, I believe. And his breaking ball, he's thrown a couple of sharp ones, but most of them have been big roundhouse curveballs.
Cespedes hit the ball hard his first time up, a grounder to third. He takes up and in for ball 1. And his velocity, which was advertised at upper 90s, has been, 93 to 95 with an occasional 96. Sells that one inside, 2-0. What we don't know is how deep the Nats will allow him to get. In 14 starts in Double-A this year, he threw 71 innings. So you're talking about a shade over 5 innings per start. Threw 4 2/3 his last time out. And he falls behind Cespedes 3-0, and that's 2 of the last 3 batters now he's fallen behind 3-0. And you go back to his walk numbers in the minor leagues. So the Mets trying to be patient with Giolito. Walker on deck, Loney behind him. And Cespedes takes ball 4. So the second 4-pitch walk in the last 3 batters for Giolito. And the Mets get the leadoff man on. Those are those numbers from Double-A. Not pretty numbers. It's not like he dominated the Eastern League.
Well, the whip 1.42. In the Eastern League, Ronaldo Perez was the one that was really dominating, and if it was his turn, he might have been the call-up. His last 6 starts for Perez, he's had 4 games where he struck out in double figures.
There's Walker, who had a sharp ground ball that Murphy made nice play on his first time up. Walker takes it wide. Interesting, the second time through the order, Giolito's velocity has been down another couple of ticks to 92, 93.
To me, it really looks like he's aiming the baseball, not letting it go.
I've been kind of waiting for the Mets to kind of catch on to him a little bit. You're going to get a fastball.
Yep.
1-1 to Walker. And he threw him a breaking ball. 1-2.
Not a strike. Big sweeping curve.
One-two coming. And Walker fouls back the fastball.
Okay.
Rev it up.
Get out of here. This is like one of those guys. I know it's his first start. He's a little nervous. That I think that if you can wait him out, you're going to get 2-3 good pitches to hit, Ron, off a guy like this.
1-2 coming. And Walker skies one out to left center. Back in the gap goes Worth. One out. Cespedes back to first.
I say that, Ron, because he's throwing a lot of pitches. He's getting behind the count. And he's nervous. And you've had enough time to see him now, and you can tell if you're observing that you're going to get a fastball. So I'd be first ball fastball hitting off this guy big time and make him throw a strike. It's all about having a good eye at the plate. I mean, when Walker was ahead 2-0, he swung at a 2-0 curveball. Why? Or a 1-0 curveball, and he wasn't a strike. Why? You hit a fastball.
Loney flied out to right his first time. Cespedes at first and one out. And takes a curveball for a strike.
He's got what you call an arcing curveball, huh, Ron?
Roller. It's a roller.
It's not a snapping. It's not a snappy tom.
Loney lines one foul.
I like it when Loney has that idea. He got jammed a little bit there. It makes me think he's been gotten in the kitchen a couple guys here where they've had the inside out. So I think he's probably got a sneaky fastball.
Well, that's what Ronnie was talking about, how he releases the ball further down the slope than just about anybody in the game, and that would mean the ball would get up on you fast.
Well, they say, you know, he delivers the ball about 53 feet from the plate. Most pitchers around 55. That extra 2 feet should make it sneakier.
He's ahead 0-2 on Loney with Flores on deck. That's down 1-0 in the fourth. Slap to short, might be two. Espinoza. Murphy with the turn, and he got him to retire the side. 6-4-3 double play. A little bit of a bobble, but Espinoza makes the play, and Murphy hangs in. He leads off against Matt Harvey. Murph fouled out to the catcher his first time up. Grounded toward the hole, and Murphy's got a base hit.
Slider down and in, didn't get it in enough. Good hitting by Murph. Always has good balance. There's the slider, too much over the middle. And you got to keep an eye on Murph. You never know what he's going to do. He could run out to right field, or he can steal the base.
There's Ramos, who hit a bullet to center field for a base hit on the first pitch he saw in the second inning, and then scored from first base on Anthony Rendon's triple. Murphy has 2 stolen bases in 4 tries. Very short lead. And Ramos drives one out to right center. Back goes Granderson near the wall. He runs it down, and Murphy back to first. Ramos making a bid for an extra base hit, and Granderson went a long way to get it.
Curtis fearless there. Not afraid of the wall. Nicely done, Curtis.
A little shaken up when he hit that right arm against the fence. A little slow going back to his position.
Well, it's got that mesh to protect that scoreboard, I guess. What do you want to call it over there? And that's like a cyclone fence, isn't it? I mean, you can get hurt on that.
It's metal. Doesn't feel very good, I'm sure. Ryan Zimmerman struck out his first time up. There's a big sigh of relief for Harvey that ball was reeled in. Otherwise, he's got big trouble.
Remember the first at bat here that Zimmerman got the fastball blown by him twice. And last night's ball game got a fastball blown by him. He's got a long, slow bat working.
Slider away, 2-0.
It's 2 sliders in a row from Harvey to Zimmerman. This is where, as a pitcher, you want good location, but location you want it down. You want to try to get yourself a ground ball.
Murphy runs. d'Arnaud with the throw on the money. Got him. Perfect throw by Travis d'Arnaud. What a revelation he's been since coming back from the DL.
No fooling. He has been throwing great. He's gotten rid of that little wiggle a little bit. He's got a little less of that wiggle when he brings the ball back behind his ear.
Good snap tag there by Walker. Quick.
You got him. Yep. So d'Arnaud throwing really terrific since coming off the DL, and obviously no issues with his shoulder.
Three hits last night as well, so things starting to look a little rosier for Travis. 3-1 to Zimmerman, and he walked him. Third walk given up by Harvey. A little bit of rain is falling. We had a 55-minute rain delay at the start tonight.
There's a lot of lightning in the area right before this rain started falling.
And the lights are on in the Capitol. Are they working overtime tonight? Beautiful side of that Capitol.
Are you kidding?
Well, they're wasting energy. Capitol looks beautiful all lit up.
It's got the scaffolding around it too.
Yep.
Here's Rendon, who hit the triple to right center to drive in the game's only run. Zimmerman at first and 2 out. And Rendon takes just off the corner. Well, we have rain starting to fall. Some folks looking for cover. And some staying out in the rain.
Good slider.
Well, that's one of the biggest differences, isn't there, with the new stadiums as opposed to stadiums like the old Shea, where only the concourse you could go to and hang out there when it rained. Now there's so many clubs and bars and restaurants that you can go and hang out.
And even unlike Shea, now when you go back to the concourse, you can still see the game.
Yeah.
So that's improved as well. One of the great things about Citi Field is you can walk all the way around the ballpark and never lose sight of the game. One and one to Rendon. And that misses low and in. 2-1. It is not yet an official game. In at least 4.5 innings with the home team leading, 5 innings if they're not.
I don't think they're going to stop it with this. They're going to try to get this thing in unless it gets worse.
Rendon lines one to right center. Cespedes over. He'll have to play it on a hop. Zimmerman to third. Rendon is 2 for 2, and the Nats have runners at the corners with 2 out.
I'll tell you, Keith, Rendon, when he's struggling, he just needs to call the Mets. Anytime they come in town, he comes out of his slump.
Look, it's tied up inside here. You can see that let go with one hand, broke down his swing, but he just puts a little lightning out there now. I just saw Zimmerman with 2 outs, no hesitations on his horse.
Rendon started the night hitting .256, but with his 2 hits tonight, he's hitting .370 this year against the Mets. Speaking of Ronnie's point. So the Nats have 4 hits, and Rendon has half of them. And now Espinosa, who walked his first time up, will bat with first and third and 2 out. Grounds crew at the ready.
Just
Harvey misses up and away.
I know that there's the base open is second base, but you can't give Espinosa anything to hit here after that first at bat by Giolito. So be careful. He'll swing at pitches off the strike
They're going to stop the game right now. Yep, second base umpire Larry Vanover, the crew chief, has called for the grounds crew. So with a 1-0 count on Espinosa, the game is stopped at 9:09 p.m.
I don't think Harvey did not want this inning to end. I think he wanted to complete the inning.
Well, of course, depending on the length of the rain delay, it will dictate whether Harvey can even continue in this game. And you know, as a pitcher, Ronnie, I'm sure when you have men on base like that, you get in this kind of a situation, you don't want to have to leave it to somebody else if you have a lengthy rain delay.
Well, exactly. You want to finish that inning, and I don't think it was raining that hard. But you know what? With all the grounds crew out there, it kind of lets you know that Larry Vanover, in between innings, had some talk with the grounds crew.
Well, it's all of a sudden started raining very hard.
Got some serious lightning.
So they've got a good weather forecast that's telling them that not only is it going to rain hard, that there might be more on the way. And it's starting to rain into our booth, too. I think we might close the windows.
It's a good idea, Gary.
So we've got a rain delay, not yet an official game. It's in the bottom of the 4th. The Nationals leading the Mets 1-0. Grounds crew did a great job getting that tarp on the field quickly. We'll take a break and come right back to Nationals Park in a moment. Looks like Curtis Granderson is coming out of this game. And
that's
so
interesting.
That will allow the Mets to save one spot in the batting order if they put De Aza in the 9 hole. That would leave the pitcher due up 5th rather than 4th in the next half inning.
I don't think that comes into play. I think Goodell's really just going to get an out.
Remember, Granderson banged his right arm, smashing into that scoreboard fence, making a catch earlier in the game, and that could be the issue that knocked Curtis out of the game.
Yeah, off a deep drive by Wilson Ramos, a fine catch by Curtis, so he's out.
And we'll try to get a report on that.
I would assume right here that Goodell is in to face only one batter. That if he doesn't get Espinosa, the pitcher spot is due up next, and Dusty Baker's likely to send up a left-hand pinch hitter, either Stephen Drew or Clint Robinson, and then they'd bring in the left-hander Blevins at that point if the inning gets that far. And that's why Blevins is warming up as Goodell gets set to restart this game.
And the Mets against the rookie Giolito, who'll be out of this game. He went 4 innings, only gave up a hit.
The only run of this game came in the 2nd inning on Anthony Rendon's run-scoring triple that brought home Wilson Ramos. So Giolito done in his big league debut. He can neither win nor lose, but he has to be awfully satisfied with his accomplishment tonight.
Well, you didn't know how long he was going to go either. It might have been a 5 or 6 inning effort, but 1 hit in 4 innings. That's a good debut.
All right, so Zimmerman is on 3rd, Rendon is on 1st, 2 out in the bottom of the 4th, 1-0 Washington, and it's a 1-0 count to Denny Espinosa. And the Mets with De Aza now in right field, and Goodell, who threw 36 pitches yesterday in 2 innings of work, on the mound.
Be interesting to see if Rendon at first base tries to catch the Mets napping, try to swipe a bag.
Clint Robinson has come out on deck, so he'll pinch hit if Espinosa keeps the inning going, and that's why Blevins is staying fresh in the bullpen.
I would think he'd hold, Ron. Leave that hole open between first and second baseman. Loney's got to hold on Rendon.
So here we go, and Espinosa takes way up high, and it's 2-0. Rain delay of 1 hour and 25 minutes. We also had a 55-minute rain delay at the start.
Well,
Goodell last night gave up a run and 3 hits over 2 innings.
One of those days we have not had a lot of trouble with the rain this year. We've been fairly lucky the Mets.
The way they have announced the Mets batting order, the changes are straight up. So De Aza goes into the leadoff spot, and we'll get a report on Granderson as soon as possible. But you'd have to bet that it goes back to that play where he ran into the fence on the ball hit by Ramos earlier in this inning. And Espinosa takes it wide, and Goodell finds himself behind 3-0. Here's that play by Granderson we're referencing.
And it's a cyclone fence there, a metal fence, and he probably hit his. He was feeling his right elbow after he made that catch.
And you saw him grimace as he made the throw back in. Fastball for a strike, 3-1.
Yeah, trying to shake it off.
And I'm sure sitting around in the clubhouse for an hour and a half probably didn't help either, rather than being out there staying loose. 3-1 to Espinosa. Zimmerman at 3rd, Rendon at 1st with 2 out. And Espinosa takes a fastball strike, and now it's 3-2. So Matt Harvey went 3 2/3, allowed 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Right now 1 run. Robinson on deck to pinch hit. Loney will play behind Rendon, who gets set to run now with 3-2 and 2 out. And Espinosa fouls back the fastball.
Took 2 fastballs for a strike and then swings at a ball 3.
Goodell faced Espinosa last night in the 6th inning, got him to ground out. Rendon gets set to run, and Espinosa takes it high, and the bases are loaded. So Goodell comes in and walks Espinosa, and now the bases are loaded. Clint Robinson coming up, and Terry Collins waiting for him to be announced into the game, and now he'll bring Jerry Blevins in to face him. And we'll see whether Dusty Baker responds with a right-hand batter this early in the game, or whether he'll let it ride with Robinson against the ex-Nat Jerry Blevins. So a pitching change coming here in the 4th inning. Goodell out, Blevins in. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Into an incredibly important situation here in the 4th inning.
Well, the biggest number you care about, 16 of the 18 runners inherited, he has stranded. That's a good number that Harvey hopes continues, and the Mets.
Well, it's a big out, is for sure, and Clint Robinson is going to hit, and he's 3 for 8 this year against left-handers, all singles.
Zimmerman, Rendon, and Espinosa the base runners. Robinson the pinch hitter with the bases loaded and 2 out. His first time facing the former National Jerry Blevins. And Robinson, first pitch swinging, flies one out to left. Nimmo measures it, and that retires the side. Blevins throws one pitch, gets one enormous out, and sends this game to the 5th inning. Still 1-0 Washington. Hail to the Chief. It's been the herald for every president since John Adams, which means everyone except George Washington.
I'd like to know who composed that. Wrote the music to that.
Yusmeiro Petit comes in to pitch the fifth. He did not write hail to the Chief. First pitch swinging. Wilmer Flores yanks one foul, 0-1.
Yusmeiro was a steady reliever in that bullpen for the San Francisco Giants the last 4 years, and come over here to Washington to be in this bullpen. It has one start this year where he went 6 innings, but he's kind of their long man in their bullpen.
Petit, who started his career in the Mets organization, gets the breaking ball in for a strike. The Mets used Petit as part of the deal in November in 2005 when they acquired Carlos Delgado from the Florida Marlins. Flores grounded out in his only at bat, and the breaking ball popped up, and that'll come back out of play. Fifth inning brought to you by your Tri-State Ford dealers, who invite you to test drive a new Ford. You'll discover why Ford is the total package. And if you're tuning in for Beat the Booth,
yeah,
the first brand new episode of Beat the Booth will be seen following the postgame show, no matter how late that might be. Stay up.
I like how you say that, brand new episode. What you got 33 in the can?
Well, we got 2 new ones as opposed to the 2 old ones from last year. We're hoping the results will be the same.
Go get that double espresso. Stay up for this one.
Well, if you know how to set your VCR, and I'm sure you do, or your DVR.
DVR,
yeah. Excuse me. Sounds like such a dinosaur. Just off the corner, 1 and 2. Just extend the time. Just tape SNY, you know, till 6 a.m. and then you're sure to catch it in there somewhere.
Maybe not.
Well,
this is how long we go here. One more rain delay.
What is this, July 4th, 85?
Yeah.
One-two to Flores, and the curveball outside. Well, we've gotten word on Curtis Granderson. They're saying it's not his arm that forced him out of the game. He just had trouble getting loose after the rain delay, and with the wet conditions, Terry didn't want to chance it, so he took Granderson out of the game. That's the official word from the Mets.
Maybe Grandy made the same mistake as we. We had Shake Shack and a vanilla shake.
That was good. I have to tell you, I mean, Shake Shack burgers are okay, but the Shake Shack shakes,
yeah,
just outstanding.
I'm all in. I had my shake.
You went for the vanilla too?
I went to the vanilla. Normally I'd like chocolate, but I followed your lead here.
You're a team member.
Ninth pitch of the at bat, and Flores takes outside, and Wilmer runs the count full. So Matt Harvey's final line, 3 2/3, 1 run, 4 hits. His ERA goes down to 4.55. Lucas Giolito, 4 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 2 walks, and a strikeout in his debut. His ERA is 0. Hit up the middle, and there's Murphy to play it, and he throws out Flores, 1 away. So Wilmer retired, and now Brandon Nimmo flied out to left his first time up. Yusmeiro Petit, now 31 years old. And he really gives the Nats a true long man in their bullpen. Perfect for situations like this.
Holds the record, right, for consecutive batters retired.
That's right.
Never been an overpowering pitcher, but he'll throw 4 pitches. He throws strikes. Hitters have always said they have trouble picking the ball up from Petit. Nimmo swings over the changeup, 1-2. Here's your fifth inning recap brought to you by Ford. Anthony Rendon drove in the only run of this game with a second inning triple. Lucas Giolito in his major league debut, 4 scoreless innings. Both starters gone after the rain delay. One-two to Nimmo, and he lines one the other way for a base hit. Nicely done by Brandon Nimmo, taking the fastball the other way. 2 hits last night, and now he has his 3rd big league hit.
Well, I love to see that. Nothing you can do on a fastball away, and he went right with it with 2 strikes. Well done. Nice line drive stroke, compact.
So the Mets have their 2nd hit of the night. About 2 hours and 45 minutes after the first. And now it's Travis d'Arnaud who grounded out his first time up. Travis went 3 for 4 in last night's loss for the Mets. And the way the offense has been struggling in recent weeks, while Travis was out on the disabled list, they could really use him heating up. Jerry Blevins is out on deck for the moment, and nobody's up in the bullpen. So it looks like he'll bat for himself. 3 of the next 4 Nationals hitters are left-hand batters, Revere, Harper, and Murphy. So it looks like Blevins will get an extended run.
Interesting how d'Arnaud, watch how he's open in his stance, but then as the pitcher gets prepared to go into his stretch, he brings his foot in and taps. That just seems to me like a lot of mechanical stuff going on there.
It's like, why don't you start at that position, right?
Very widespread d'Arnaud, always legs far apart, feet far apart, excuse me. But they tried to get him away, Gary, if I recall, when he struggled from wrapping that bat around his head, and he has really accentuated that wrap around with the barrel of his bat on the other, almost pointing towards the pitcher.
3-1 coming, and he hits one in the air to left field. Worth is there and puts it away for the 2nd out.
You see the bat pointing towards the pitcher. Now that bat's got to travel all the way around like a clock to get to the squared up position. It's just a long way to go, and only guy I saw that got away with that was Julio Franco.
So now Blevins will take the turn at bat to keep him in the game against the Nats lefties in the next inning, and he takes a strike. These are moments that some relief pitchers cherish. They don't get to swing the bat very often.
Well, a lot of times on a team, you have relief pitchers that will brag about their hitting, how they used to be a great hitter in high school and college, and then you get to see them hit, and you realize that it's been a charade for the whole entire time.
Wow.
He's had 1 plate appearance in his career, and it came 3 years ago when he was playing for Oakland. So since getting to the National League, he's never had a plate appearance. And now Blevins getting that opportunity.
For Oakland on a DH.
Oh, interleague game.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's right. The doggone interleague. Let's get rid of it.
And Blevins has a mere sliver in his hands after fouling that ball off.
Well, they made contact. I didn't know relief pitchers had backup bats.
Well, who knows if it's actually got his name on it. He looks bewildered. Nimmo runs and Blevins fouls it off.
Wow.
The last thing you want to do if you're Nimmo is get caught stealing to end the inning and have the pitcher lead off.
No
the next inning.
fooling.
And I wonder whether Tom Goodwin's telling him, hey, stay put.
Entirely too much free reign with these young players. Let's go.
And Blevins hits it sharply to short. And Espinosa makes the flip for the fielder's choice. We've got an official game now in Washington. Only took 4 hours. 1-0 Nats. Trip to Universal Orlando Resort will you experience the action, thrills, and excitement of 2 amazing theme parks. I know Keith is excited. Stay on site at Lowe's Sapphire Falls Resort. Go to sny.tv/Toyota and enter the Toyota Fan Flyaway Sweepstakes today. Let's answer the Verizon trivia question. The only player born in Washington, D.C. to play for the Mets.
Eric Young Jr.
Craig Anderson was a pitcher for the early days.
Original Met.
Okay. Thank you, Quizmasters. I'm glad that one wasn't on Beat the Booth. Ben Revere leads off in the home 5th inning against Blevins, fresh from his 2nd career plate appearance. And Revere takes a strike. Revere 0 for 2 tonight after his big night last night with 4 hits and 3 stolen bases.
3 of the 4 batters in the top of the order are left-hand hitters. That would be Revere, Harper, and Murphy. The only right-hander is in the on-deck circle, Jason Worth.
And Revere lines one to right. De Aza coming on, and he gets it for the first out. So 1 out and nobody on. Now it's Worth, who's walked and struck out tonight, 0 for 1. A base hit in his only career at bat against Blevins. That's got Jerry Blevins on the eve of the season last year from the Nationals in the deal that sent Matt Dendecker to the Nats. Jerry spent 1 year in Washington after opening his career in Oakland.
These are the kind of games with the rain delay where you can have someone who's got that bellowing voice who can get on you from the stands.
Try Cleveland for a season at Old Municipal Stadium.
No rain delay necessary. Was it really a mistake by the lake?
Well, I kind of like the idea that I was trying to perform on the same field that Jim Brown played on.
That's pretty cool.
That's one way of looking at it. Otto Graham.
You got it right. Paul Warfield.
Right.
Paul Brown.
Frank Ryan.
Very good, Ron. Ernest Biner.
Brian Sipe.
Rocky Colavito. Sudden Sam McDowell.
Yes.
3-1 to Worth.
Al Rosen.
I mean, the Indians did win 111 games playing in that ballpark in 1954.
Lost to the New York Giants. That was that the big Dusty Rhodes one?
Yes, it was. 4-game sweep. Levin's behind 3-1 with Harper on deck, and there's a strike. He's been looking to walk this entire series.
Wouldn't you want to swing the bat 3-1?
Three-two coming, and he walked him now. So Worth walks for the 4th time in 2 games in this series, and they'll get Harper to the plate with a man on. Harper happy to see Harvey out of the game. 0 for 2 tonight. 1 for 26 in his career now against Harvey. 0 for 2 against Blevins.
I know Blevins likes to throw that breaking ball to the left-handed hitters. He's going to have to be careful here, though, with Harper.
Harper at the plate, Murphy on deck, and Blevins pours a fastball in for a strike. 91 from Blevins. That may be the hardest pitch he's thrown all year. Murphy to follow. Worth at first and 1 out. And that fastball misses away. A ball and a strike. Well, the Mets' next opponent is the Cubs. They'll be at Citi Field on Thursday night. The Cubs are playing in Cincinnati. Their game is in the 13th inning tonight. Also Robles, who's bailed the Mets out several times recently with long relief stints, is up now. Harper cracks one to deep right field. De Aza goes back, takes a look, and it's out of here to the back of the bullpen. Bryce Harper with his 16th home run of the year, a 2-run shot, and he gives the Nats a 3-0 lead.
Is that 3 fastballs in a row to Harper?
Surprising.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe he felt good because he was throwing a little harder tonight.
Well, this is a right down the pipe, belt high, and a real quick bat from Harper. Right down Broadway.
Now it's Murphy, who's 1 for 2 tonight. And he strokes one to the left side. Flores ranging and throws out Murphy 2 away. So for the 2 teams that often live and die by the home run, this is the first home run in this series.
Well, no doubter, a very, very fast bat on a pitch that was supposed to be away and wound up right down the middle.
Interesting whether that was his good fastball or if he cut it a little bit, because it didn't have the same life as the first 2.
So now 2 out and nobody on. Here's Wilson Ramos, who singled in the second, then hit one to the fence in right field that Granderson caught in the fourth. It's the one where Curtis banged his arm. And the curveball outside.
Well, there's the contact right in the fat of the bat. A little top hand there, Ron. Just kind of
flicked it over there, right?
Wristed it right out of the ballpark.
To Ramos.
When Ramos came up in his first at bat, I made a mistake. It was a Fish song, Wilson, that they chant here. They started chanting in Seattle for Russell Wilson, the quarterback that's made its way to Washington. So apologies after 2.5 hours.
Are you a Fish guy?
I do. I like Fish.
I
should have known that.
My daughters love them. They travel far to go to their concerts. I never had that kind of money to do that when I was in my 20s.
So they call you right before they go?
Credit card information. Ramos lines that one to center field, but Cespedes there to grab it. So 3 bullets off the bat of Ramos tonight. This one is caught to end the inning. Bryce Harper's 2-run homer extends the Nationals lead. Number 16 for Harper, like a rocket. 3-0 Washington after 5. Alejandro De Aza leads off the 6th inning, batting for the first time. Came in for Granderson after the rain delay, when we are told Granderson couldn't get loose, and with the wet field they took him out for precautionary reasons. So De Aza took over in right field. Hits this one in the air to left center. Ranging over is Revere. 1 out. Road Ahead brought to you by TriStateGMC.com. One more here in Washington tomorrow night. Then the Mets go home for the last 11 games before the All-Star break, and it won't be easy. 4 with the Cubs, 3 with the Marlins, 4 with the Nationals before the break.
And while the Mets are playing the Cubs and the Marlins, the Nationals are going to be playing Cincinnati and Milwaukee.
Well, Milwaukee, took 2 out of 3 from them at home, but it's a different thing on the different program on the road.
As Drupal Cabrera takes a strike, he struck out and flied out tonight. The Marlins lost tonight in Detroit. They had a lead, but then the Tigers got 7 runs and chased Adam Conley in the 5th and won 7-5. It was a Mike Pelfrey game. He went 5 1/3, gave up 12 hits and 4 runs and got the win.
Big Pelf.
He's living right.
Yes, sir. Good for Pelf.
Got to bring in his college coach soon.
I don't know what they did to him. When we had him, he was throwing 98. Pulled down the line by Cabrera for a base hit. Harper chases it to the line, and Cabrera will go to second with a 1-out double. So the Mets have their 3rd hit of the night. Cabrera's 16th double of the year.
Hanging breaking ball. Cabrera just continues to be steady Eddie. Asdrubal the steady.
Here's Cespedes, who's grounded out and walked 0 for 1. Cardinals won tonight. They beat Kansas City 8-4. Matt Carpenter, homer, 2 RBIs. Is there a better leadoff hitter in the game? I mean, they don't ever talk about Matt Carpenter as an elite player. All he does every year is get on base over 40% of the time. He hits home runs.
Well, you guys were hard pressed to find MVP candidates in the National League. Maybe he's one of them.
His OPS now is over 1,000. That's how good Carpenter's been. Cespedes takes a strike, 1-1. You see what happened to the Cardinals shortstop last night, Almeida Diaz? He fouled the ball off his eye.
Oh, no.
And fortunately, there was nothing broken, but it swelled up. He's going to be out a few days, but it was scary looking. I think I've seen that one before. Not a baseball game, anyway. I saw it in the girls' softball game.
Yes. On an upshoot. You know, Petit, since he's come in, he has not had a great slider yet. He's thrown some fastballs in the middle of the plate.
Yes, he has.
2-1 to Cespedes with Walker on deck. And Cespedes pulls one toward the hole. Backhand stop by Espinosa. He has no play. He looked to second, but he forgot there was no runner at first. So it's an infield hit for Cespedes.
Cabrera here maybe should have thought twice about running to third. I think it caught Espinosa by surprise. That was his only play to try third.
Mike Maddox, the Washington pitching coach, is out to talk to Petit before he takes on Walker, who will come to the plate as the tying run in a 3-0 game. Let's check in with the studio. Michelle Yu has a game break brought to you by your local Honda dealers. So Petit finds a little bit of trouble here in the 6th. Double Cabrera, single Cespedes. Oliver Perez up in the Nationals bullpen with the left-hand hitting Loney on deck. Walker's 0 for 2 tonight, grounded out and flied out. Walker 3 for 8 in his career against Petit. And he takes the lone away ball 1, and some Met fans trying to get a chant going in the thinned out crowd.
They're getting booed.
The hour is late. The crowd is small, but this is a vastly important game for the Mets. Lost the opener of the series last night. They'll have to spot start Logan Verrett tomorrow night against Max Scherzer in the final game of the series, with Steven Matz pushed back to Thursday because of his bone spur. And so if there's ever a time that the Mets could use a rally to get a game from behind, this would be the night.
Plus, I think going into a game where Logan Verrett's going to start, you got to think to yourself, you're the manager, 15 outs would be good, 18 if you're lucky. So the bullpen's going to play a big part tomorrow.
Walker takes the off-speed pitch high, and now it's 3-0.
All right.
Hit sign?
No. Not 3-0, Gary.
Well, this might be Petit's last batter. They've got Ollie ready to face Loney next. Cabrera at third, Cespedes at first, and Walker takes outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
And here comes Dusty.
So 2 hits and a walk, and the Mets have them loaded. And with the left-hand hitting Loney coming up, the former Met Oliver Perez will come in the game. Ollie coming in the 6th inning. Mets down 3-0, but threatening. We'll be right back.
Si muero lejos de ti.
Now betting for
That
the
could
Mets.
only be the entry music for Oliver Perez.
Love it.
34-year-old former Met, now with his 7th team, comes in to face James Loney with the bases loaded. And Loney goes after the first pitch slider, 0-1.
Good slider from Ollie there.
Loney's 0 for 2 tonight. He's done well against Perez in the past, 4 for 13 with a home run against Ollie. And up in a big spot here, Cabrera at third, Cespedes at second, Walker at first, and 1 out. That's down 3-0 in the 6th of this twice rain delayed game. And Loney takes a fastball low and away. Ollie's results have been mixed this year. We see Loney's numbers against Perez. Nobody up in the Nats bullpen. The right-hand hitting Wilmer Flores on deck. And Loney lays off the slider, and it's 2-1.
Good eye by Loney. Now that changes the whole at bat. We've talked about that 1-1 count. Now the bases are loaded. It's more pressure on the pitcher. Don't want to fall behind. 3-1.
And Loney takes a slider for a strike. 2-2.
Well, that's a good pitch right there. Behind, put a little more air under it. A little bigger breaking ball that he started right at Loney.
Well, Loney's handled himself against lefties as he has his entire career. Now a 2-2 count. Nats are getting a right-hander up in the bullpen right now. Blake Treinen beginning to throw. 2-2 coming to Loney. And he struck him out with a slider. Big strikeout for Oliver Perez. 2 out in the inning.
Well, he wanted to get him out with the breaking ball. Threw him 3 different kinds of breaking balls. A hard one, the slow one to get back in the count, 2-2, and then again back with that hard slider.
Oliver throwing out there Laredo, or by Hermosillo, wherever you want to say, that sidearm. It's tough on left-handers.
Oaxaca. So it's left to Wilmer Flores with the bases loaded and 2 out. Wilmer's 0 for 2 tonight. 2 ground ball outs. Cabrera, Cespedes, and Walker aboard. Wilmer has 1 career at bat against Perez, 0 for 1. And he takes a slider for a strike.
Pretty much straight up on the infield and straight up in the outfield on Wilmer. Defensively.
Wilmer drove in 2 runs in last night's ball game.
It was with a base hit to left center. That gave the Mets a 4-0 lead at the time. They haven't scored since. A ball and a strike.
Well, Oliver is known to get a little creative out there with his motion, would be a good word. He put a little Louis Tion on him right there at last pitch. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach for the Nationals.
1-1 to Wilmer. And he hits it in the air to center field. Revere waiting for it. Side retired. Mets load him up in the 6th. And Perez leaves him loaded. Still 3-0 Nats. Fact is brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Nationals Park, sitting right near where the autopsy of John Wilkes Booth was performed. And 4 of his co-conspirators were tried and hanged after the shooting of Abraham Lincoln in 1865. And Booth was buried nearby for a while.
That's
I mean, we're going a little dark, aren't we?
a little macabre.
It's late. It's late.
What are we going to read? Some Poe tomorrow?
Kelly Johnson comes in to play third base. He'll bat 9th, and the new pitcher Hansel Robles will hit in the 6th spot.
Well, Hansel Robles is becoming old reliable for these Mets. He can fit many roles. Pitch in the 8th inning, be a long man. Got to get some big outs here to keep the Mets close.
He's had 3 days off since his last outing in Atlanta when he faced 8 batters and retired the ball. Ryan Zimmerman, his first batter tonight. Zimmerman has struck out and walked tonight. Mets no runs and 4 hits. The Nats 3 runs and 5 hits. Bryce Harper with a big 2-run homer off Jerry Blevins to extend the Nats lead in the 5th. And Zimmerman takes a strike. 1-1. Rendon on deck, then Espinosa, the pitcher due up 4th in the inning. Slider for a strike. And Sammy Solis, the left-hander's gotten up in the Nationals bullpen. Out to right field, chasing De Aza back toward the corner, and he runs it down. Nice play, De Aza. He got a good break on that ball. And Zimmerman retired one away. Now it's Anthony Rendon, who drove in the first run of this game with an RBI triple back in the second. And he singled his last time up. Final game of this series tomorrow night with Logan Verrett going for the Mets, Max Scherzer for the Nationals. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow night right here on SNY. That's launched to center field, chasing Cespedes back, but he's there. 2 out. So 2 well-hit drives to the outfield, both retired. There's your city probables tomorrow. Verrett comes out of the bullpen to make his 5th start of the year. And Scherzer, who's had a very odd season, he's been dominant and yet has given up home runs in droves. And Solis up in the bullpen for the Nats.
Facing a Mets team, though, that is just struggling to do anything offensively.
Espinosa's been up twice and walked both times. He was at the plate when the second rain delay began. He faced Matt Harvey to start the at-bat, Eric Goodell to finish the at-bat, and wound up walking. We had a 55-minute rain delay at the start, then an hour and 25-minute rain delay in that 4th inning.
There's Pap. Jonathan Papelbon is about to or just started his rehab.
He started yesterday,
right?
Yeah. Coming back from an oblique injury, or intercostal, I guess officially. All those muscles in the side.
Got the shades on. Jeez, it's a different cat, Pap.
Like Corey Hart. Not the outfielder Corey Hart, the Corey
Canadian
Hart who sang "I Wear Sunglasses at Night." Chris Heisey's out on deck to pinch hit if Espinosa keeps the inning going. And Papelbon.
Well, he can't say I lost it in the moon.
I can't tell him to get back in the dugout.
Never forget the Omir Santos home run at Fenway Park. That was classic. Santos hit one up over the Green Monster. It was the first year of replay on home runs.
That's right.
Yep. They needed the replay to count the home run. And then the Mets survived the bottom of the 9th, and Papelbon at one point came charging out of the dugout after a close play, and you guys sent him back.
No. That was the one, you know, it happens every once in a while. But for Keith and I, you have like a flashback back to playing days. That's exactly what we would have said if we were sitting on the bench.
And usually Ronnie's a lot more measured and less knee-jerk than me, but he was right there with me on that one.
There are very few times in 11 years in this booth with you guys that Ronnie's ever lost it.
Well, he lost it the one year with the year that the former hitting coach was here and everybody was taking 2-0 and Ronnie snapped one game.
Did I? I remember that.
The other one was at Yankee
You
Stadium.
called it gross.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
At Yankee Stadium when Castillo dropped the pop-up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you were angry.
I saw that one coming a mile away.
You did see it coming.
I saw it coming. He started wobbling. I went, oh, no.
You probably weren't the only one.
That was the one where
Teixeira
hustled all the way around.
Score from first base. 3-2 to Espinosa. And he walks for the 3rd time. That's 6 walks for Met pitching tonight. Very out of character. Mets pitchers have issued the fewest walks of any staff in the league. And now Chris Heisey will be the pinch hitter, batting for Perez, who did a fine job coming into a bases loaded jam and getting the Nats out of it. Heisey pinch hit in the game last night and struck out. former Cincinnati Red. His former team is now in the bottom of the 14th inning, still 2-2 with the Cubs. So from a Mets standpoint, you figure the more bullpen the Cubs can use tonight, the better for the Mets.
Well, Lester brought a shutout into the 8th inning. He gave up a run in the 8th. Rodon gave up a run in the 9th, and that's why they're in the 13th inning, 14th inning.
It's 1-0 to Heisey. Well, after Rondon blew the save in the 9th, Joe Maddon has used 6 more pitchers in that game. So he's used a total of 8 pitchers tonight. He's down to Travis Wood in the game now. Trying to keep it tied in the 14th.
The ex-Red.
Yep. At least you can leave him in because he can hit for himself. Heisey takes a fastball out of the strike zone. It's 2-0.
Heisey's the extra outfielder and bat on the bench that you love. Clinton Robinson and Chris Heisey, that's a good bench for Washington.
Well, Heisey was with Dusty when Dusty was managing the Reds, so that was Dusty wanted him on the squad.
He has 3 pinch hit home runs this year. And he takes the 2-0 slider for a strike.
Good one too. Good one to take.
It's almost like that long outing when Hansel went 3 2/3 has gotten him enough confidence in that slider to use it more often.
It was last week when Cologne had to leave early with the bruised thumb, and then he followed up with another great one in Atlanta when he retired 8 in a row. Now after a 2-out walk, he's behind on Heisey 3-1 with Ben Revere on deck. Nobody's up in the Mets bullpen. Perry double switched Robles into the game with the idea of getting him at least 2 innings of work. (3-1) to Heisey, and a fastball strike. 3-2.
Gosh, taking all the way. Pretty incredible. 3-1. You're a pinch hitter. You maybe want to look middle in. You see, Mr. Met made it on that left shoulder, that uniform. How'd that happen?
Espinosa gets set to run. Loney playing behind him. And the 3-2 is on the outside corner. Got him looking at a fastball. So Heisey, with excessive admiring, caught looking.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
After 6, still 3-0 Nats. going to do about these late games? Abe, what are we going to do about the Bone Spurs? Abe, what about the Mets offense? Abe, we need you.
Rescind habeas corpus.
Sammy Solis in to pitch the 7th inning, and Brandon Nimmo takes ball 1.
Well, Solis has been at his best. His last 20 innings pitched, only 10 hits, batting average against 147.
Second big league season out of the University of San Diego, same school that produced Chris Bryant. Nimmo's 1 for 2, a hard hit single to left his last time up. Getting the at bat here against the left-hander in his 3rd big league game. Nimmo 3 for 10 to start his career, and he takes a fastball strike. 2-1. Nimmo, d'Arnaud, and then Kelly Johnson hitting in the 9-hole. Up for the Mets in the 7th. Mets had their best chance in the 6th when they loaded the bases with 1 out. Nimmo grounds 1 out to Espinoza, and there's the first out in the 7th. Now Travis d'Arnaud is grounded out and flied out 0 for 2. Game in Cincinnati has gone to the 15th inning. Cubs and Reds still tied 2-2. They've already had the 14th inning stretch. Next stop, the 21st inning stretch.
Whoa.
See, I've never done a game of more than 20 innings. Have you?
No, I have not.
Grounded right back to Solis, and he takes care of d'Arnaud, 2 out. So I've never seen a 21st inning stretch. Someday, maybe.
Well, you know we'll get it.
Oh, maybe with Keith.
Well,
Because we had so much fun at the 18-inning game last year in St. Louis.
That's right.
There was 18, yes. And I also recall the one in Shea Stadium.
With the
74.
Oh, yeah, the 25-inning game.
Right.
Yeah, you played in that.
Pinch hit in the 9th off Harry Parker.
Did you go on the field or?
No. I went in and was one of the culprits that when the game was over, the players that actually played, there was no beer and no food left.
So you were in the clubhouse after your pinch hitting appearance, so you can't testify as to whether there was a 21st inning stretch.
I was going back and forth.
So
I did see the play that got by Kingman and the pickoff from, I think it was Hank Webb.
Hank Webb, yeah.
And Bate McBride scored all the way from first all the way home on the errant throw that rolled down the right field line.
Longest game played to a decision in Major League history in terms of innings.
Claude Osteen came in the 3rd inning or something like that and went 9 innings of 3-hit shutout ball.
Wow. I think Jerry Cram threw 8 scoreless innings for the Mets in that game.
I remember it well.
Johnson smacks one into right field for a base hit. Kelly Johnson batting for the first time tonight as a 2-out hit against the lefty. Boy, his at-bats against left-handers have been great.
It's been fantastic. Home run and off the left-hander that won the ball game. It 1-0 in Atlanta. It's so far as the lone win on this road trip. Second, excuse me. Don't pay attention.
That's a great tease.
Hi, I'm Keith Hernandez. Please don't pay attention to me. I'll be here all night.
Oh, you just want attention.
Diaz fly to center in his only at bat tonight. Takes a good rip and fouls it back.
You know what it was? It's the Saturday we didn't work.
So it's the only win on the trip that you've actively participated in.
Right.
But that was the game Johnson hit the home run.
It was.
Right.
Yes. So it's doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
I'd be under arrest if it was a crime. My alibi wouldn't be good.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Boy, the Mets just got to get something going offensively here. They are struggling.
How often have we said that through the first 76 games of the season?
Just not hitting in the clutch. But it's been basically not a lot of opportunities, Gary, on this road trip.
Mets scored 4 runs in the first 3 innings last night. They haven't scored in the last 12. 1-2 coming. In the air to left field, chasing Worth back a few strides. That retires the side. 7th inning stretch time. Just the 7th. 3-0 Nats. Brought to you by Verizon. Current Verizon Wireless or Fios customers go to sny.tv/Verizon all season long for access to unique Tuesday night baseball experiences. Tomorrow, join the discussion as New York's best sports writers get you ready for tomorrow's Mets-Nats finale with all the up-to-the-minute news straight from the clubhouse on Daily News Live presented by Citi. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. only on SNY. There's the Verizon box score for the Nationals. Anthony Rendon a run-scoring triple in the 2nd. Bryce Harper a 2-run homer in the 5th. That's accounted for all the scoring tonight. Crossed Clint Robinson off there too. He's pinch hit. Hansel Robles out for a 2nd inning of work. By the way, did we mention that Beat the Booth is on tonight?
Yes, you did a couple times, but you had to clarify because you have to stay up a little later tonight.
Well, it's after the post-game show. It's 11:40 now. Sometime around 1 o'clock or so, Beat the Booth should hit the air. I'm sure to enormous ratings.
I mean, Beat the Booth is so big, Gary. I'm thinking if the Mets don't score in this game, you could take care of the post-game show. What, 6-7 minutes? Straight to Beat the Booth.
Well, that's up to the guys back in the studio.
Oh, okay.
They've got to do their thing, and you know they're going to be sitting around a long time waiting to do their show, and I wouldn't want to shortchange them.
We wouldn't want to step on their toes again.
Well, we don't have to do the web hit tonight, then, you know.
I knew you were going to say that. Ben Revere leads off in the home 7th. Ben 0 for 3 tonight after his 4 for 5 game last night. And takes the pitch high from Robles. So the Cubs got a run in the 15th inning. Chris Bryant drove in a run with a base hit. And so the Cubs lead 3-2 in the 15th in Cincinnati. Jason Worth on deck, and then Bryce Harper. Revere gets jammed and fouls it off. A ball and a strike. Matt Harvey started this game, went 3 2/3, came out after the second rain delay. Harvey allowed a run on 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Eric Goodell faced 1 batter and walked him. Jerry Blevins worked an inning in the 3rd, gave up Harper's 2-run homer. And now Terry Collins counting on another long outing from Robles, who has been good so far. 1-2 to Revere. Tim Lincecum is making his 3rd start for the Angels tonight. First one was pretty good, last one not so good, and tonight he's given up 4 runs in the first 4 innings against the Astros. Pretty much a lost season at this point for the Angels.
For the Angels, the Astros, though, have turned it around.
Astros have won 8 of 9. Fly ball out to left, and Nimmo eases back.
Just makes me wonder if Mike Scioscia is going to survive this season.
Well, he won the power struggle last year
with Jerry Dipoto, right?
And I don't know. I mean, he's had the owner Artie Moreno on his side for years. It's hard to imagine that changing.
Who's the most tenured manager? Is it Bochy or Scioscia?
It's got to be Scioscia.
Yeah.
I mean, Bochy might have more years combined with all of with San Diego and San Francisco.
What was the year that they won the World Series over the Giants?
02.
That's right. I knew it was a little while ago.
Of course, Dusty Baker was in the other dugout for that World Series. And very famously, when he took Russ Ortiz out of Game 6 with a lead, gave Ortiz the ball as a souvenir of their impending World Series victory, which was never to be.
Didn't happen.
Shot the clown.
0-2 to Worth, who's walked twice and struck out tonight, 0 for 1.
The thing I remember about that series is that most embarrassing moment, I went to Game 7 with my boys, and I got there, and someone had given me tickets. I was 2 rows ahead of Rod Carew and Bobby Grich, who were sitting behind me.
I saw you. They panned you in the audience.
Webby got a shot at me.
Yep.
Well, of course, that World Series also featured an incredibly scary moment when Dusty's then 4-year-old son nearly got plowed at home plate. And only the quick thinking of JT Snow saved him. Worth strikes out. Second strikeout for Robles, and they're 2 out.
Slider just gets better and better for Hansel.
By the way, Javier Baez just hit a grand slam for the Cubs, so that game is pretty much done. 7-2 Cubs in the 15th. It's going to be the Cubs' 50th win of the year. Texas got their 50th win last night. Rangers have been incredible.
Yes.
When you consider that 3/5 of the rotation is out.
What happened with that fan?
Here's Harper, and he drills one to right field. De Aza cutting across, diving, can't get it. Harper on his way to second, and he'll pull in with his second extra base hit of the night. So Harper, who homered in the 5th, has a 2-out double.
Ball's away enough just to get towards the end of the bat. You've just got to pitch him away, and that's all there is to it.
First hit given up by Robles in relief, and now he'll take on Murphy with a runner at second.
And we've seen this from Harper now. This is a series, not really busting. That could have been a triple.
Mets are going to walk Murphy intentionally and pitch to Ramos instead.
Who's hit the ball solidly
3 times in a row.
And they're just playing the percentages here. Get the number 1 and number 2 hitters in the league. Pick your poison.
How about that? You see that during an intentional walk?
No.
Well, Harper's had his share of base running foibles in this series. Not only not running hard to first, but running into an out between second and third last night. So maybe the Mets figured they could pick him off second base with his head down as well.
Old Dusty Baker One of the first things he did in spring training was have a talk with Harper and said, I think pretty much told him, you're no longer a young 19-year-old kid. You're an MVP. I want you to be the leader of this ball club. There's the intentional walk, trying to sneak a little pick off.
Almost worked.
That would have been very embarrassing.
All right, that was Fish.
Finally, I got it right. What a nerd I am.
I had no idea, I have to tell you. So here's Ramos, who singled to center, hit one to the wall in right field that was caught, and then hit a bullet to center that was caught. So he's a very tough 1 for 3. 2 on and 2 out. 3-0 Nats in the 7th. And the breaking ball down for ball 1.
Notice how Ramos, when he's got his hands in his hitting position, how he's flicking his fingers to stay relaxed on the bat. It's almost like he's playing the flute or the clarinet.
Well, but Lenny Dykstra doing that. Does he talk about that in his book?
I think he left that out. The only thing.
It wasn't salacious enough. That's hit well to center field, getting turned around. Cespedes, it's over his head and off the base of the wall. Harper is in. Murphy right behind him. He'll score as well. A 2-run double for Wilson Ramos, and the Nats stretch their lead to 5-0.
That is a strong man, and I cannot fault Terry Collins here for walking Murphy. He's leading the league in hitting. Your player percentages is a high slider. That's off the base of the wall, Ronnie. That's strong.
This is a guy who hit 229 last year, and he's just crushing everything.
I mean, you just don't have catchers hitting the way he's hitting for that high average.
And it just blows the drawers off this game.
Here's Zimmerman, who's 0 for 2 and a walk. That's lined off Robles, and he's shaken up. Walker throws out Zimmerman, but Robles is hurt. The inning is over, but all the attention to Robles as that ball was shot right back at him by Zimmerman.
Fastball away, shot right back at him. Hit him off the inside of his left knee. I mean, a straight shot.
Well, you got to hope it's above the knee on the meat of the lower thigh, not on the knee itself.
Came in to replace Colon, who'd been hit by a comebacker, and now he's hit with one.
Where will this string of misfortune end for this team? The pitching that has been their strength gets a little thinner by the day. Fortunately, Robles up and walking rather comfortably off toward the dugout. We played 7 in D.C., 5-0 Nats. Eighth inning, Mets now down 5-0 as Dribble Cabrera leads off against Sammy Solis, who works his second inning of relief. Cabrera 1 for 3 tonight, doubled his last time up, and takes the backdoor breaking ball for a strike. And questions Chris Guccione about it.
All night. Started out in that first inning against Giolito.
Chases the high fastball and fouls it back 1-2. In Milwaukee tonight, 19-year-old Julio Urias got his first big league win. Allowed just 2 hits over 6 innings. He did walk 6. Dodgers beat the Brewers 6-5. There's Addison Reed up in the bullpen. And Cabrera struck out for the second time tonight. 1 down in the 8th. Let's check in with the studio. Michelle Yu has another game break brought to you by the New York State Smokers Quit Line. The way Sandy Alderson put it tonight about Reyes, he said Reyes wants to make sure he's ready. He doesn't want to rush. Wants to make sure that when he gets to the Mets, whether that's this week, next week, the week after, that he's ready to play.
Doesn't management have the final say on that?
Oh, absolutely.
When they think he's ready?
No, there's no question. But I guess his point is that, you know, a lot of players in that situation would want to be here tomorrow. And he's not saying that. He's saying he wants to make sure he's ready. I mean, he's learning a new position. He hasn't played in a while. And he's going to be under great scrutiny when he arrives.
Yes, he will. Well, especially if he's got to be some kind of offensive savior for this ball club, is finding it hard to score runs.
Well, savior is probably too big a word, but spark.
A spark
would be nice.
Savior's the wrong word. You're right.
Well, I mean, you know what Jose brings to the table. He brings the Mets an element that they just don't have in terms of athleticism, speed. May not be what he used to be, but you know, for a team that plays base to base, he gives them a different kind of an element. But if he can't get on first base, it won't matter.
That's right.
It's a final in Cincinnati in 15 innings. The Cubs beat the Reds 7-2. To Cespedes, and he takes one foul down the right side. Cespedes 1 for 2 and a walk tonight.
that was the funniest thing ever.
I hope the girl got it because she had the right idea.
They were
she got beat out.
Chasing the ball in the stands, and they were leaping over rows of seats.
They're ready.
In the air to shallow right. And Harper in to get it. 2 out. Now Walker is 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. It'll be official scorer's discretion as to who gets the win tonight for the Nats. Yusmeiro Petit came in after the rain delay and went an inning and a third. So he probably is the prime candidate. Oliver Perez did the hardest work, came into a bases loaded jam and got 2 outs. Solis may well do the longest work. He's gone an inning and 2/3 now.
I'd be more inclined to give it to Oliver Perez, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the parameters are so loose in those situations, in a spot where the starting pitcher comes out with the lead but doesn't go 5 innings. And it really is at the discretion of the scorer. 1-2 to Walker. Well, this is the second game of a 2-week stretch leading into the All-Star break that had trouble written on it for the Mets. And if they don't have a rally tonight, they're going to find themselves 5 games out of first place with a spot starter on the mound against one of the Nats aces tomorrow, and then the Cubs coming in to Citi Field for 4 games starting Thursday night. Walker pops it up. Murphy waiting for it to come down. And that retires the side. 1-2-3 for Sammy Solis. He's got 2 scoreless innings in relief. It's the can-can. Got it. And with the Mets pretty much out of relievers available tonight, Addison Reed will have to soak up an inning.
Yeah, that's one of those times where your 8th inning guys just got to get you an inning of work and try to save. Probably tomorrow, I would think that Verrett's going to start, but with Gil Martin having a day of rest, maybe Verrett to Gil Martin is going to be your choice tomorrow.
And you have to wonder about Hansel Robles after he got drilled on the leg by a line drive in that last inning, whether he's going to have to miss some time, and that depletes your bullpen even more. We'll find out more after the game, I'm sure, about Robles, who was able to walk off under his own power. That was the good news. Anthony Rendon is 2 for 3 tonight, tripled in the first run of the game back in the second. And he flies that one foul. 0-2.
First 2 pitches from Reed, Gary, 90 and 91. That's a little under what we usually see from Addison.
Addison last worked on Saturday night in that 1-0 win in Atlanta. He wound up the winning pitcher, working an inning and 2/3. And he strikes out Rendon to start his outing.
Little cutter. Straight fastball.
So 1 out now. Denny Espinosa has been up 3 times and walked all 3. Sean Kelly getting ready in the bullpen, and Matt Belisle alongside him. And the official score has just announced that if the Nats do win this game, that Oliver Perez will get credit for the win. So he's with you, Keith.
Kudos. Bravo. Well deserved if it winds up this way.
And it only took till Wednesday.
Yeah.
Welcome to Wednesday. By the way, did you know that Beat the Booth is on after the postgame?
Oh, I heard.
Might not get the ratings that you're looking for, Gary.
Might have to catch it on the repeat. One and two to Espinosa. And the slider is down 2-2. Stephen Drew is out on deck to pinch hit for the Nats. Who's that guy? It's a Screech.
That's right.
He's got his 90 on. That's
Play.
cute. I like that.
I was at RFK Stadium when he was hatched, Gary. Screech.
I'm sorry. He was what?
He was hatched.
What was he hatched from?
Hatched from an egg.
Seriously?
Yes.
Great promotion.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss, and Reed with back-to-back strikeouts as Espinosa's retired for the first time tonight.
Just the fastball that kind of crowds Espinosa.
Yeah, broke down his swing, didn't it? Didn't he? There with too much gas in.
Now Stephen Drew will pinch hit. Veteran Drew hitting .240 on the year.
Well, Matt Harvey is the pitcher of record here and is in danger of going to 4-10.
There's only one 10-game loser in the major leagues this year, and that's Chris Archer,
right,
who has really struggled in Tampa Bay. A ball and a strike to Drew. Well, Matt was a victim of the rain tonight. He was pitching well enough, but forced out by the rain delay after 3 2/3, charged with 1 run, but that was enough to put him on the short end. 1 and 2 to Drew. In the ninth, the Mets will have Loney, the pitcher spot, and Nimmo due up against either Kelly or Belisle. They've both been up in the bullpen. Somebody get Screech a pillow. 1-2 coming, and Drew hits it hard but right at Walker, and that retires the side. On to the ninth we go. That's down 5-0. That really has been the goal all night long, hasn't it, Gary? Thank you for your indulgence. Sean Kelly will try and get the final 3 outs for the Nats.
Well, Kelly now is the closer with Papelbon out for a short time.
James Loney leads off in the 9th. Matt Reynolds out on deck to pinch hit, and then Brandon Nimmo. Mets in danger of being shut out for the 8th time this year. And if they don't have a rally in them in the 9th, the Mets will fall 5 games behind the Nationals in the National League East with 1 more to play. Loney pops one up in foul ground. That'll go out of play.
Gary Apple, who is the true professional of all time, I only saw him lose it once. You're telling me how I lost it? Remember that game you and Keith did in San Francisco where I don't know how
with
many
the Birds?
Yes.
Yeah, with the Seagulls were taking over.
We ended up
15 innings.
We finished the studio show like 5 o'clock in the morning. Almost lost Gary Apple that night.
Were you angry at him?
No, not at all.
I would love to see Gary lose it because he is the most composed human being on earth.
You got to watch those guys though. Very deceptive.
When they snap. 2-2 to Loney. Well, by the time the Nats get to New York next week, Jonathan Papelbon probably will be back from the disabled list and have his closing job back. Mets and Nats play 4 games right before the All-Star break, beginning a week from Thursday. Off speed, popped up. And Espinosa takes charge, 1 out. Well, after the post game and after Beat the Booth, there'll be yet another important show for you to stay up for, and that, of course, is Geico Sports Night. And Lenny Dykstra will be talking. And these days,
has he stopped?
Well, it's a talk fest. Isaiah Whitehead, Seton Hall product, newest Brooklyn net, and Jose Reyes highlights as well. All on Geico Sports Night. Here's Matt Reynolds pinch hitting. Reynolds appeared as a pinch hitter last night and grounded into a fielder's choice.
Well, one of the things I was able to do during the rain delay is get through 3 chapters, the first 3 of Lenny's book.
What'd you learn?
I learned that he quotes Nelson Mandela a couple of times. Muhammad Ali.
Really?
Yes.
I've often put Nelson Mandela and Lenny Dykstra in the same sentence. How about you?
That's right. It's interesting the first couple of chapters because it's about his childhood in Southern California, but I'm sure the good stuff's coming.
The juicy stuff.
You know, these 86 books, I really read them for one reason: see how I look in them, and if I don't look too bad, then I finish the book.
So do you go right to the index?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And you check out the page numbers that you need to see, you know, how you're mentioned.
Usually I handle the book and I look to the index and I go. This one I've got online, so it's a little tougher.
A swing by Reynolds, and he went around. 2-2.
It's late. That was not a swing.
Fastball on the outside corner, and Reynolds, who was unhappy before, is even more unhappy now.
Well, that's a case of, young man, it's after midnight. And we're going home.
That's a little bleak right there.
5-0, and Frank Pulley swing the bat.
Or Chris Guccione.
That was not a strike.
So the Mets are down to their final out of the night. Brandon Nimmo was 1 for 3, had a base hit back in the 5th. Mets have been held to just 5 hits tonight.
What I've seen of Nimmo, and I've observed him over the last couple of springs, it looks to me, Gary, Ron, that he had a long swing a couple of years ago. He's shortened it up a little bit. He's more compact.
3 for 11 to start his big league career. Well, the day began with talk of bone spurs. It'll end with the recurring talk of lack of offense. 0-2 to Nimmo, and Kelly bounces a slider. 1-2. And to make it worse, Matt's out of sunflower seeds. It just can't get any worse than that.
No.
Nimmo hits it sharply, but right at Murphy. And that'll do it. Mets are shut out for the 8th time this year. The Nats have taken the first 2 of the series and knocked the Mets 5 games out of first place. 5-0 the final tonight.
Well, Matt Harvey gave up a run in his 3 2/3 innings of work until the rain came. Blevins and Robles both gave up 2 runs in their time on the mound. And the Mets get shut out, as Gary said, for the 8th time.
Well, only 5 hits for the Mets. The offensive woes continue on the other side. Harper had a big night, 2 RBI, his 16th home run. And Wilson Ramos got the big blow in the 7th inning that made it 5-0, a 2-run double.